And I picked the software engineering program because they pay very well. It's a fast-paced industry. It was 10 months, so
Alrighty. Hello, hello. So today we're going to continue on. Just kind of re-show some stuff. Let a Pygame here boot up. Oh wow. Little crazy looking there. So let's just kind of comment this out real quick, and we'll comment this out, this, and we'll take this back. And instead of some random radius, we're gonna go with just like 50. So within this, we have, I think 50 might be a little too small. Just go 100. So I want to show with this little physics thing, we have ball, falls, it can bounce. So we like put another ball there. Right, so we have a little physics engine-ish, not engine. This is just a little physics simulator in Python. And the goal is, this was to kind of teach myself a little bit of Python along the way, and eventually we are going to be making Python the scripting language for a very basic two-dimensional game engine made using C++ and the SFML, Simple Fast Multimedia Library framework. I'm choosing this framework because it's one I'm most comfortable with, and I really do like how it's technically not designed for games like Raylib or SDL or SDL2, and so it has a little bit more of a challenge in some ways, and other ways it's quite limited. Yet since I know a little bit about it now, it's I think the right choice for my personal little 2D game engine. Now, so we got little balls here, right? They can fall, bounce with one another, and it's all well and good. But the thing we're gonna be doing here, and let's just kind of go like here and over into paint. Go like that. Is we want to take all this Python stuff, because right now we're drawing in Pygame, we're doing all the object-oriented math in Pygame. We want to handle the objects, so the OBJs are going to be handled in C++. Python is going to be the math. So the math. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So over here, this is kind of where I set up the objects in Python. And then you can, of course, see as we tested this little like physics system here. It's not a bad little thing. Seems to work pretty nice. You can spawn in a bunch, yada yada yada. But we don't want objects. we want the data. And so it's going to be a little tricky. In fact, I've been, as you guys are well aware, I'm a fan of using ChatGPT, and not in a sense of vibe coding or do my work for me. If you notice here, I'm asking things like, hey, well, I need to, do a short game for scope, then the next game can use its code as base, improve upon it, and this is me having a conversation with it about my goals for the engine. And it is given feedback. And so up here, I was asking it, yes, right here-ish. Yeah, so it was showing me a step-by-step example of handling these things like this. One little showcase here says, yeah, you can spawn them in Python, and then you fill your next slot of your arrays. Don't send one object at a time. So you can either make the objects in Python, group them, batch them, and send them over C++. And I asked it to explain this portion, and it talked about it. But what I am more interested in, it's not quite this. It's what it said right here. Use flat data arrays like NumPy. Avoid sending Python objects. Instead, use class objects like class instances. Instead, send this. Now, what I'm gonna do is copy those words like that, and I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it down in the chat, and I'm gonna say, hey, I'm interested in this approach. Can you explain in more detail how I would set this up, and for example, what exactly is that structure, and if it's not an object, how do I transfer that data to C++ using pybind 11? And so notice, it's going to do this little thinky thing. So it's like, okay, absolutely, you're looking at data-oriented communication strategy using pybind, where you pass in plain data like a JSON-like structure, not custom Python objects, to keep the iteration clean, efficient, and language agnostic. So this is interesting, a very interesting phrase here. So I don't claim to know everything, so I'm going to search language agnostic. Something is independent of a specific programming language. So this is actually pretty nice, pretty spicy, right? Because we wouldn't have to use, be like, hey, yo, only Python will work as my scripting language. Oh, hi there. You want to be a software engineer? But how? Well, honestly, coding is tertiary. So first and foremost, communication. That's going to get you a job and beat out the competition 100%. Secondly, problem solving. Your coding skills is tertiary, as I said, third. But to actually get a job as a software engineer, I'm now reading in class 9. Once you get into university or college, go for software engineering, computer science, maybe even game design. That's like kind of what I'm into. And you meet people, you go from there. But this is kind of interesting, right? Because we want a independent specific language. So technically, for 14, well, you have a lot of time. You got a lot of time, my friend. Oh my. Yeah, I wouldn't worry necessarily how do I become a software engineer? If you want to become a software engineer, you will. 100%. Put in the time. You know, of course, take breaks, play video games, enjoy the summer, enjoy your parents, your being a kid yet, you know. But whatever it is you want to do, and this is something that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett have said, and I'm not a fan of Warren Buffett in the sense of other things, but it's interesting. They were both asked the same question: what does it take for success? And they answered the same thing: focus. And so if you want something, focus on it and you'll get there. You need a guide for programming. Well, I would, let's see. What I would do is start really small. In a sense, like, you know about Python, you know some basics for C++. Fantastic. So make like a really small thing. Calculator, password manager, clock, or make a game. And then you take that thing, do it again. Add something to it. Or maybe come up with another idea, something different, and do that. You just keep practicing these things, and even though they might seem small or not cool, like, oh, someone else is doing this, that's the biggest trap. Don't compare yourself. Just keep keep working at it and realizing like what you're doing is good. So I'm gonna look back here. So this looks like the C++ area. That's fine. I want to look down here. Call it from Python. So looks like interesting. Hold on. Oh, it wants to go backwards. Well, hell, let's check this out. Oh, so that's an interesting question. Yeah. Yes and no and yeah. Learn Unreal Engine, learn Unity, learn Godot, learn Pygame, learn SFML, learn Raylib, learn SDL, learn about the GLFW framework for Windows and OpenGL and Vulkan. I know I just threw a bunch of words, but learn GB Studio, learn Game Maker. Because at the end of the day, an employer doesn't care. They're not like, we want the best C++ programmer. No, we want someone who can learn. We're going to give you like the Frostbite engine that is not public. It is proprietary, and you have to learn. We don't have time. You know, once you get out of college, we're not going to teach you and spend months and months teaching you this thing. We hire you for you to have this job done. So it's your ability to kind of like fit and mold and learn quickly. And some days, you know, you might learn quicker than others. You know, it is what it is. Coming back here, it looks like it kind of wants to go backwards, and I'm kind of interested in seeing what's going on here. So what's going on? So like it says, yo, pybind takes in an object command. No, I'm not a software engineer. I go to school for digital animation and game design at Ferris State University. So I am a sophomore in the program. I am a little bit of an older student. I know C, C#, C++, Java, and Python. And I don't know any of them super deep. I know Java and C++ probably the best. Probably C# as well in there because Java and C# are very similar. My C is not very strong because I usually just default back to C++ when I can. And Python is my weakest. It's 100% my weakest. But it's also powerful and interesting. And I'm taking one software engineering class this semester coming up called Data Structures, Software Engineering 300, to kind of round out my knowledge and learn a little bit more about algorithms and
Without the ones
like
you,
O of
working
n squared
tirelessly to keep
versus
things
O
running,
of log
everything
n
would suddenly
issues.
stop. No matter your industry, Granger's here for you with professional
Yeah,
trade supplies.
see,
Call Granger.com or just stop by.
Unreal Engine
Granger, for the ones
can be a
who
bitch
get it
like
done.
that, and that's why I would not even recommend Unity for your laptop. I would recommend Godot. Godot is super, super lightweight. It's fantastic, and since you know Python, it fits in a lot, right? Like it uses GD script, which is super similar. Or stick with Pygame for now. Make a couple simple things in Pygame, or with your C++ knowledge, look into Simple Fast Multimedia Library. That's very similar to Pygame too. Just kind of looking here, because it's interesting what's happening. It's like command is, and over here we do call, because everything in Python is an object, so that makes sense. So in the spawn ball, we take in it's a map, key and a value, right? So this is my key, and this is my value. So command at position, cast that to a float. So we go command at position, cast that to a float. Okay, now how do we get X and the Y there? Oh, it's an array. Fantastic. Yeah, this is probably what we're going to be going and doing. I do wonder, do we just like import engine like that? Engine.spawn ball command. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. But can I make games in Godot as Unity and Unreal? I wouldn't worry about that right now. Like, here, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example and get to work here. I made this game here called Rouge Tank. Oh, that's going to be a little loud. Let me Okay, sorry about that. So I made this game, Rogue Tank. It was made in SFML. We got this stuff going on. We got like a shield. We can like push stuff. We can die. You know, all that fancy stuff here. And as you can tell, this is low quality. This isn't AAA. This isn't a magnum opus of a game. It's just a game. Now, if you take a look at black screen. Huh. I know why it does that, because when SFML full screens, OBS doesn't want to record it. That's a different little issue. I can show you more like this then. Yeah. Go here. Boom, 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 boom. Right here. So, it's a simple game. It's not like super complex. Very, very, very simple. This was made in SFML, and so is this. Like, this is another instance of my little mini game engine I was building. And with the way this works, it's one thing to go, hey, is it worth building a game in something not as powerful as another engine because I want my game to look good? That's not really the stage to think about it in, and that's just, I might be off base there. But for example here, I'm going to open up Unreal. I'm going to launch it, and I'll show you something I've been working on, and hopefully this will be inspiring and a good teaching moment, because that one game I showed, that was made in my own game engine. Both of those that I just showed. This here that I'm showing is of course made in Unreal. The character model I made from scratch in 3ds Max. a modeling software that's very similar to Blender, except much stronger. So if we take a look here, and then I'm just gonna go to like double click like this. Actually, I think it's this one. And then I'm gonna hit this button here, and I'm just gonna click play and select a viewport. I made this model from scratch, and I animate him using Mixamo, and then I put his ass in Unreal Engine, and like yeah, like cool, the graphics are fantastic, we could like do some cool stuff here, but at the end of the day, it doesn't, that what I just showed you, that's not going to be like some super cool badass game, right? And I don't know if you could make that in Godot, or let me rephrase it, I don't know if I could make that in Godot of that quality in the same amount of time I made that in Unreal. Some of these tools are better at certain jobs. Some people were really good at Godot, 100%. They could do that. They could pull out the lighting and all that stuff. So it really depends on your game design, right? Like you want to come up with an idea, then you want to find the engine that is going to better create your idea more efficiently, and then keep your scope low. So like for example, with what I'm trying to do here, this little this little physics simulator that I am slowly working on, this here is just one piece of the puzzle. I'm now going to take this and put it into C++, and then have the languages talk to each other. Once I have that working, I'm going to make a really small game. Like I'm talking one level, and then I'm going to polish that one level. And I'm going to put it out for free on itch. Then, from what I learned from there, I'm going to build up again and again, and slowly but surely. Yeah, like I said, pick one, pick two, pick five. You can learn them all. Nothing's stopping you other than time. And I don't worry about like, oh, should I spend time on this or that? Just spend time. You know, learn one, learn two. I honestly would keep to Python for a minute. Learn Pygame as well as you can. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of good practices you can learn from Pygame, and then you can bring that information back over. So here, I'm going to go over here, and I kind of like how this is set up. So looks like we have some engine file, and that engine file talks to the Python, and Python talks back to the engine. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to open up Visual Studio. I'm going to create a new project, empty project. We're going to go over here. I'm going to kind of put this in the same area as I put the other ones. There is a reason I'm making this completely separate here. So we're going to go into PyCharm projects. We're going to go into, actually right here is fine. We're going to call this the Cobra engine. That's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it the Cobra engine. Oh yeah, this is just one set. That's fine. Cobra engine, like that, and then now we can act. Oop. It's always funny how this thing works works from time to time. Yeah, it's gonna replace like that. That's always fun. Cobra engine. Bear with me. I'm gonna click here. This should be fine. Now, if I start, why does it do that? This is a pain in the ass. Can I change the solution name? Separate. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So project in this case. Yep. Actually, probably fine like that. Solution name. I'm gonna call it physics engine. Actually, simple physics engine, like that. This is fine. I'm gonna hit create. How's it going, Coding Force? So today we're going to be taking this nice little simple physics simulator. Morning. How are ya? It's always good to see you, Dan. Yep. So today we're taking that little physics sim, and I was looking here, and I see a little something brewing here that I kind of like. So I asked about how the heck and what did it mean by. Let me scroll. I guess I didn't keep my question. Interesting. Right here. Doing well. Did you create the physics simulator? Can I pull the code and check it out as well? Yeah, I created it. I can also post it on GitHub. Technically, since I have you on Discord, we can go ahead and do this for you too. So bam. I'll throw this over to you. Boom. So that's one. And then actually that's just gonna go as a message, that's fine. Bam, boom. So now you got it over there. What I'm doing right now, as distracted as I may be, this has a nice little thing here. Oh, we're not copying that. It looks on the Python end that we're importing what we do in C++. So right, like this is the engine.cpp, and then we're calling from that area these commands. So we're scripting in Python using this as more language agnostic in a sense. I kind of had to look up what the hell that even meant. And then over here, this is in the C++ land, we're using a map. And I found this quite interesting, that we use a map and we have the key and the value. Key being the string and the value being what's in it. And so like command at the string, and then we're casting it as a vector of floats, so on and so forth, gathering that stuff. And I kind of like this. I think this is quite literally what I want. So over here in the C++ land, we're gonna go add new item. We got our thingamabob here. I'm gonna go like this, and first and foremost, I'm gonna include stdil. I'm gonna come here and I'm just gonna go void main. I know it should be int. I don't care though. This is fine. Hello internet people. So boom. You guys have seen me do this a few times. We're gonna hit play, and it's gonna run this, and then we're gonna go to release. We're gonna hit play again, and boom. So now what we're gonna do is over here where I store a lot of this stuff at, that's actually the wrong area. Over here we want users, my name, PyCharm projects, this guy we're gonna want include, lib, and this. Pretty sure. So we're gonna copy like that, and we're gonna come over here to the Cobra engine. We're gonna go to open folder and file explorer, and we're gonna paste this here. What I'm doing is these are the SFML include in the library folder, and this lib and include is the Python stuff. So I'm gonna do this a little bit different. We're gonna do, how do I want to go about this? First off, I'm gonna make a little folder. I'm gonna call it Python. We're gonna grab this and this. We're gonna copy, paste, bam, should be there, fantastic. And then here, I'm actually gonna make a folder inside here, and we're gonna just call this API. I'm gonna grab this and this, copy, paste. Yeah, this is gonna be a little convoluted for a second, just bear with me. I'm gonna grab this API guy, we're gonna come out, we're gonna paste him here. So we have the Python, we have the API. I'm gonna grab these guys and we're gonna remove them like so. And then I'm gonna hit new folder, and we're gonna call this, this is gonna be our include folder. Inside here, I'm going to rename this guy p include, and I'm going to rename this guy plib. And yeah, like I said, it's gonna look a little convoluted for a second. There's better ways to go about what I just did, especially since I should copy the library folder over. That is what it is. We're gonna go new lib, and inside of here we're gonna actually cut that guy, and we're gonna come over here and paste. Right, so now we don't need this Python guy. Bam. Inside this API, I'm going to do a very similar thing, except we're going to go SFML. It's actually really hard to see like that, so we're going to put an underscore there. So that's SFML include, and very similar here, SFML underscore lib. We're then going to, one at a time this time, because I learned my lesson. We're going to put the include there, and we're going to come up here, and we're going to grab the lib, and we're going to put that in the lib file folder. So that was a very convoluted way to get my lib and my include. So let's go here, right click properties. We're going to go to C++ general. The reason I ran this stuff in the beginning is to populate this and to populate some other areas. We're gonna go to all configurations. Very important right here. We're gonna go to additional include libraries. Here, we're gonna hit on the macros. I'm gonna type in solution directory and double click here, bam. We're gonna come up here like this, and we're gonna include that. And from here, we are going to go one step deeper, and I'm going to control rename like that so I can copy. We're going to go one step deeper like that, and then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to hit the new folder, and instead of p include, we're going to do the SFML underscore include like that. So now we're going to hit OK, going to hit apply. And we're going to come over here to linker, hit the arrow, go to general, and we're going to go to additional library directories. Now this isn't a tutorial by any means, but just kind of explaining how I go about doing this. So I'm going to, again, go to solution directory. We're going to grab this, and in this case it's /lib, and I think we called it what, p_lib. We'll like double check that, but very similar. Control C, folder new, boom, 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 and sfml_lib. We're gonna double check, come in here, and go here, and that there we didn't do an underscore. Let's just kind of keep with our little naming thing here. Honestly, that would make a little more more sense. So we're just gonna jump back up here for a hot second. Bam, bam, bam. Right there, underscore. All right, so this is all fine and dandy, but we also need these input additional directories. And inside of this guy, so this is the other projects we took a look at previously. I'm simply going to go into properties like this, go into debug, linker, input, and we're just going to take a look what I have here. System window graphics in the debug, and inside release, we got a little bit more. So I'm going to Control C this. We're going to come back over to the other guy. We're going to go into release mode. Yes. Go here, edit. Enter those. Hit OK. Apply. Go into debug mode. Go back to the other. And we're going to go into the debug mode. Go here. Copy this stuff. And then we can close out of there, and we're going to come into this part and paste. So this here is including different libraries out from inside of those particular folders we used. So I'm going to hit apply, hit OK. And for a nice little simple test, we are going to go like this. Fantastic. Now to get here, I'm just actually going to go like this and kind of show my little way I go about this. So I go to tutorials, I go to 2.6, I then get in here and I go to opening and managing an SFML window. That's how we got to the guy that popped up first. And then we're just simply going to grab this, we're going to copy it. We're going to come over here, Control A, backspace, Control V. You don't have to backspace, but such is life. We're going to grab this shit like this. I don't like int main. I think it's kind of dumb. That's just me though. Visual Studio is smart enough to realize you don't have to return anything. Now, by no means should you not. You probably, honestly, very well should. So here you can tell we had the SFML pop up, and we want graphics like so. This in this case should be render window. I'm not sure why the tutorial defaults to window like that. I'm gonna put little brackets here just because the way I like coding is in case I had to debug something. Now, yeah, I probably don't have to debug window.close, but it's nice to be able to have your areas to debug. And down here, we're going to type in window.clear. That's close. And then window.display. And yeah, so this here is very, very similar to pygame, like almost eerily similar. So if we hit run and play, it should error out. Yeah. Why did it error out though? The reason being is we kind of need this stuff here. I'm actually gonna take all of that. So this is the DLL files and when it tries to run, it actually goes to those folders and looks inside the x64 and goes, hey, where the heck are my DLLs? And then it gets a little sad. So then we're gonna go into release and we're gonna copy its DLLs. Bam, bam, bam. Similarly, come over here and paste and hit play. Nice little window pops up, and then we double check release. This is kind of verifying that all the libraries are linking correctly. Fantastic. And then like just to do like, we can clear the screen as blue. Yay, blue screen. Alright, so I haven't looked in chat in a second, so I'm going to do that real quick. Bam, bam, bam. I can call you Shadow. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're welcome. It was a pretty nice little physics sim to work on. There's nothing really special there, other than normals. That was kind of an interesting thing to do. But now that we have this, we want to start the actual engine in a sense. So what I'm gonna do, I don't want it as a header file, I think, unless that's okay. I'm actually, let me ask, just because, you know, this does say this is a CPP. I'm gonna copy that, go here, paste, and say, yo, can this be a header file? I don't see why not. Yes, absolutely. Idiomatic for inclusion? Yeah, not quite sure what the heck it meant by that, but oh, maybe the Bragma part. We're gonna go slowly at first. We're gonna keep it as a CPP. This over here, we're gonna add new item. We're gonna call this engine or Cobra or yeah, Cobra, like that. I'm just gonna kind of reference real quick. Looks like we got some PyBind stuff going on. Then just like a little guy here. Mass X and Y seems fine. Yeah, okay. So I got that in my other monitor. I kind of lost the place when I did that. My other monitor is a different size. So bear with me as I... Actually, I think it's down, right? We're just going... Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, so I'm kind of like looking here, looking at some of the includes, just making sure we're not missing anything. So at first I'm just going to hash include the PyBind stuff. So PyBind, in this case, PyBind 11. Then it says PyBind STL header. So I'm going to PyBind STL header. Never really used that. And it does the namespace thing. I'm okay calling it PyBind 11, honestly. If no one need to really shorthand it, especially Visual Studio does a lot of autofilling. Not as much as the dang PyCharm, but it does enough. And so here it created a struct called all. In this case, we're just gonna call it like object or simple object. It doesn't necessarily need to be a struct, but I'm going to follow along with this, and then we're going to deviate. So we're going to call this object. Of course, it needs a position. So we're going to do a float x position. Getting used to Python, you miss your semicolons. Keep that in mind. For y position. And then we want a mass. So this is fine. The struct start is public, so I don't have to declare it like this, but for readability, I will. Just something nice for other people. And then it has like this spawn ball guy here. Looks like it has a hash map, which, if I remember correctly, probably should include map for that type of stuff. And it's interesting because this function here is just straight up global, but for sake of like seeing the information transfer from one area to another, I think that this is worth exploring right now, and just basically like doing a typed out copy paste, seeing how it works, and then going, okay, let's change some things. That seems like a valid thing to do. So here we're just going to call this spawn object. This is our function, and it looks like it took in a hash map and so for whatever reason it's const. Now I have a C++ book here wrote by Sid Meier's, maybe it's Sid Meier, it's wrote by a Meyer guy, and he's like, make everything const. I don't know about that. Const has its weird, peculiar things that I don't quite understand. So this is a map, and here we're going to use a string, and then we need the bind11 object. Here it looks like a reference, so it's actually kind of interesting. It has this reference command, right? Because this whole thing here we're calling command, and it's a reference to that. It's just weird. Here it has auto position. I suppose that is correct, just because it's like, hey, we're not quite sure what this is, but you need to take it, just in case it doesn't get converted proper. So command.app, and we're going to go in here and type in position. Then it looks like it casts to a vector of float. So cast, and then inside of here wants a vector, so I'm going to hash include up here, vector, boom, 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 boom. So we're casting to an std vector of float. Seems fine. Yeah, looks about okay. And then it just looks like master. It doesn't even care. It's like, yeah, we know this is a float. I think the other one would know it's it's an array of floats. So maybe that's a very safe thing to bet on there. So we're just going to cast that to a float, like so. And then here is where it actually uses that information. So we call object, and we say, yo, Mr. Object, we're going to call you obj. And then it has this, which I haven't quite seen this. This is kind of interesting. But we're going to try it. So we're going to do position, square brackets, position, square again, and this is 1, and then we're going to type in mass, and then a semi. Okay, this is looking okay. And then it's got a debug statement here. It looks like it uses IOStream, which it also did not include in the example, which I find hilarious. Yeah, makes me more confident, right? Like I'm like, oh yeah, it's not an end-all be-all thing. And the reason, I just want to reiterate, the reason I'm doing it like this is I don't know exactly how interop works to a point of like, oh, I can do it from scratch by myself. No, I'm learning, and so I'm using it as a crutch. And as terrible as that is, in the standpoint of I should be fully capable of, doing it by myself, it has a b.x. That is, it calls ball an object like that. So that's its position, and then it's just making some space here, and then we're gonna go obj dot y position, same difference, a little space, and obj dot mass. So then I'm just gonna kind of end it with a back n like that. Great. So boom, does this stuff. Fine, and then it has this thing here that I don't quite understand. I'm going to try it. I haven't seen this yet. So it's pybind module is what it looks like here, and it's pretty all caps. So pybind module. Yep, that one. And then it looks like it takes in as parameters. And what do we call this? Cobra? So I think we call it Cobra. And then it has M. I don't know what M necessarily stands for in that sense. And then it goes here like this, and it goes m.def. And then okay, so this kind of looks like the information we're sending back to Python, if I'm not mistaken. And then it has like a reference to that. Very strange. Very, very strange. All right, so this seems fine and dandy. And we want to now go here in Python. And I'm not worried about this stuff here, because we're not gonna take this whole thing. We're only gonna take this part. And so in here, it's saying, hey, import your guy, Cobra, in this case. And it's going to be read. It doesn't know what's going on right now. That's fine. And it says command equals, and inside here, I'm going to say command, and then it has colon, and here we're going to call it spawn object like this. Then it's got a comma, so this kind of looks like a little JSON dealio. So position, colon, and then here 100, 200, and then here we're typing in mass, colon, and then after that it just give it a mass. And I'm gonna file save. Now, yeah, it looks incredibly angry, doesn't it? Like, what are you doing? I'm not entirely worried about it with that though, because I got a feeling if we go into our simulation guy here and we grab this pp underscore dds or ds, and we go into here and we paste him, he's gonna know about engine here. Now inside of just kind of looking here, I don't know if the other needs to know about the other at all. And then it just has engine dots. Just double check there. So yep, we missed one check thing here, so we're gonna go cobra dot spawn object, and inside here command. And command is lowercase in this case. So this is kind of like how we're going to be scripting. So I'm just going to file save all again. We're going to go back to where we were. I'm going to copy that, and we're going to go forward and paste. Replace. Right, so that's here. This stuff's there. I believe. Where do we run this at? I think we're gonna run this straight up in C++. Like if I ran now, this is what's actually gonna run here. We're going to comment this out, so I'm gonna do Control KC like that. We're going to comment this out, and we're gonna can't really hash include Cobra because it is a CPP file. So we're just gonna, don't mind me as I basically go, hey main.cpp, peace. And so here, what do we run? Do we run this guy? We run somebody. You know, just in case, we are going to do int main, just because I don't want interoperability to get kind of mad at me here. And we're also going to come over here to the proof of concept interop, and we're going to grab the scope card because we have to initialize the Python interpreter. I'm pretty sure. Could be dead wrong. Yep, so I'm going to hash include Python header. Wonder if we can just do, yeah, something like that. Or is it just Python header? Bear with me. Python head. Why is that one angry? So we're gonna come over here. We're gonna go to render. Oh, that thing's mad because of that though. So render here. Includes a capital P and an embed. Interesting. Either of those, both of those is probably embedded. Yeah, that one was that. This looks fine. Do we run? This is the question though. Like, what the heck are we running? Is it spawn object? So I suppose this is a good question. I'm going to Control C. Yeah, I mean, learning Java is worth it. It's a simple language, very akin to C++, or C#, I should say. Very, very similar. And what I'm doing is, I'm over here in Python. We made, let me like go like that real quick. We made like a very simple physics simulator. And I can provide this code if people want it. I'm going to put it on GitHub. Very simple. But we're going to be taking Python as the scripting backend to the C++ land and make a very basic 2D engine using the physics that you just seen to make a very small game. And in particular right now, I'm wondering, now that I've set up the framework here, actually this is the wrong file. We're going to click that and we're going to come to this one. Since I set up the framework for spawning the object and whatnot, I'm wondering how do I actually run it. So I was asking ChatGPT here, like, yo, now that I did this stuff, hold on here. Oh, if we call in Python, would that still run the SFML backend? Huh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is the way we want it. Here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Python would become the driver in the sense. I think this is the way we want it though, technically. So that Python is still the scripter and not just like a little data bitch. We want them to actually be doing some stuff. So, oh, gotcha. Thanks is all I'm gonna tell it. So yeah, okay. We don't really worry about that. We file save over here, and then we come into and we grab Cobra, and we come back into Python land, and where we have this guy here like this, we're gonna file new project, and here we're gonna call we're gonna call this Cobra script. Boom. Yep. And then it's gonna build some stuff. File new, Python file. Script, I guess. You know. Is what we're going to call them. Then we're going to go into here. Actually, that's the wrong folder. We want... Technically, that would have got me to the same place. Edit in Notepad. Control A, C, yada, yada, yada. Boom. Control V. And so then we can't just hit play, right? Like that's going to be invalid syntax. So then I suppose the question is, how do we run in C++? How do we run this in Python? So, alrighty, how do we run this in Python? So it says this isn't necessary here, and I know Python's really delicate about indentation, so we're gonna go like that. I'm gonna make sure we got a comment there. And so I'm gonna ask it just a little bit. So for oh, I think I just answered my own question there. I was gonna ask it like, yo, Cobra's red line, what the heck? I don't think we ever actually copy pasted it over to be like very transparent here. So over here, we're gonna grab Cobra, copy, and I'm still very curious how this is actually going to like link to each other like this. Because it seems like we're gonna have like some funky circular dependency stuff. We're gonna paste Cobra like that. No, Cobra is still redlined. So I'm going to ask it, import Cobra is redlined, question mark. Make sure you've compiled, you've compiled Cobra using pybind 11. You can't just include cobra.cpp in your Python project. You must compile it into a Python extension module. Oh, hold on. What? So, do I just... Cannot open file. Remember having that linkage issue before. File location 64 debugger. That would explain that. Go into properties. We go into release. Aha, yeah. It's looking for 313 in debug. You know, we're just gonna go to release and hit play. Get the same issues. Interesting. Let me, we're gonna ask this exactly. How do I compile the C++ code into the module? Step by step. Here's step-by-step guide. Pip install pybind 11. We have that. Check out if pybind works. we can do that. So I'm going to command run cmd, right click and enter. Oh, did we not pip install pybind? We even... Well, that's always fun. Okay. Windows 11, not Linux. Create a file called cmake list.txt in the same folder as Cobra. So we're just gonna copy that. We're gonna go into Notepad, paste that. We're gonna call that cmake list. Boom, boom. Open up the Notepad for me. Thank you. File, save as. That looks like I'm actually in my Raylib folder. We're gonna come down into users. My name, PyCharm, projects. This guy. Yes. Here. Should be technically. Save. Just gonna double check. So we're gonna come here, gonna go here, find the txt. Okay, so we have this cmake list. Open a terminal, PowerShell, or command prompt. The path to my environment, make directory build, CS build, Visual Studio. Let's try that. So we're going to copy that. I'm actually going to close out a command prompt. We're going to file save. Then we're going to come over here into this, right click. I don't think we need PPDS here. Maybe we do. I'm going to leave it there. And we're not going to actually paste all of that. That would be quite dumb. So we're going to go like this, make directory, build, boom. So we're in the build directory, and I'm actually just going to jump in like this. You know, there's a better way to go about that. Here, we're going to run this command. Could not find a package configuration provided with pybind. The following names. Add the installation prefix of pybind 11 to cmake prefix path or set pybind directory. So we're going to paste that over here. Just doing some little troubleshooting, debugging. I'm pretty sure we have it. The whole repo folder. Yeah, I mean we can look for pybind. That's interesting. Let me do some thinking here, because I definitely have pybind. So I suppose looks like what we put that in the build folder now. Okay, Okay, yep, so that's in the build folder. And it was saying to put that with the CMake lists, so we're going to cut that out of there. Come here and paste it. Alright, and then we should be able to run. So update, so we're going to copy that stuff. We're going to open this file, Control A, backspace, Control V, I think. Oh, no. No. Wrong thing. Here. This guy. Edit. Control A, Control V, file save. That's the one we edit. Then we're gonna take a look here. I'm gonna run this again. We're actually gonna close out, come back over, go into build. I'm actually gonna delete that, and we're gonna start completely over, and bam. Alright, seems like it actually did something that time. And then I copy that line and go like that. And we're gonna see what happened there. Yeah. Okay, so that's our rename. That's our thing. And we're gonna say, all right, that made a file called that. And is that my import file? Do I have to rename it at all? Perfect. Cool. Fantastic. It's like you can tell, you don't know everything, and nobody does, and it's kind of nice, I think, to have you guys take a full look at this game development, because I notice like a lot of people code and they're really, really good, really smart. I really like watching the Cherno C++ series, and he is like way up there. And I think it's important to kind of see like how to get there in a sense. And that's there's more than one way to skin a cat. So here we're actually going to paste in that. I don't need the Cobra guy. Do I? Still pretty dang mad at me. It worked. It worked, guys. Check that out. Look at that. Spawn ball at this. Let's go back to Visual Studio. It worked. Now, we gotta compile that every fucking time like that? Sure shit we do. Sure as shit. And in that case here, I'm actually gonna make another notepad. We're gonna come over into this little robot guy. Come on, little ChatGPT. Stop disappearing on me like that. Click. Get rid of that window. Click. That's the live stream window. And please, for the love of God, okay, it just quite literally wants to be a pain in the butt. There it is. We're actually gonna throw this over here. And what did we copy paste to actually do that thing? Yeah, this here is the main dealio. So we're gonna do a notepad. I'm gonna Control V that. We're gonna file, save as, and inside of Cobra Engine here, inside of this part, I'm gonna say compile instructions. I'm gonna put a little underscore just so we're separate, and so that we don't lose this ship. It's one thing to reference ChatGPT. It's another thing to completely go back and be like, oh, it saves my information for me. Like, don't do that. Keep that data where you need it. So yeah, this actually fucking worked. But we can't see nothing, right? Like it just like did this. Cool. I suppose let's make it slightly more complex.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
We're gonna borrow this right here.
Functionality and design tailored
and
just for you.
We're gonna come like this.
Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes.
I'm still kind of amazed that it was
to the finest details,
not as complex as I thought it was going to be.
Ready to go live.
I mean, it's complex. Don't let me bullshit you. But that was nice of it to run good the first time, especially with a red line over there. That's what the heck. So now we're gonna run this, and we're just gonna call this run. And very simply, instead of this, just for a nice little quick test, we're going to call that run. And from here, we'll make it more complex. So file, save, and we're kind of seeing like the little pipeline here. We're going to come over to our Cobra script. Actually, not Cobra script. We want to come over to our Cobra engine area. Inside of here, I want to go here. I want to go into build. And in a sense, I'm going to actually make a new folder. And we're going to call it test. And in test, this is where we're going to open up our terminal. We're going to go to our little compile instructions, and we're going to run our nice little CMake. This is the first time I've ever had CMake actually work for me too, by the way. So this is kind of nice. Paste it like that. Oh. Whoa. I wonder if it just fails. Yeah, it does. Alright. Interesting. We're gonna grab that and just Control C. And we're gonna go complain to the big boy here. And just ask it very simply, Yo, when I grab SFML into the mix, CMake gets angry. Looks like you're encountering a few issues with integration. Oh, that's interesting. So I guess like that's slightly backwards. Didn't think that's like even yeah, no, it's not backwards. So we're just gonna go like that. Yeah, I'm thinking it's more about like the CMake TXT. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna copy this as well into there. So I'm gonna file save. We're gonna kind of look back here. We're gonna delete all that. And again, I'm gonna close PowerShell. We're gonna reopen. Yeah, we definitely don't want to start right there. We want
Google
to
Cybersecurity
do
Certificate uses real-world scenarios to teach you technical skills. You'll be
notepad
able to step foot in your
instructions,
first job and feel
please.
comfortable and confident in the skills that you learned in
This
the
guy.
certificate. Enroll today.
Boom. Do I do DSA?
Hey,
What is DSA?
Can you hear me?
If your coworkers are asking you to repeat yourself,
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but you know, acronyms,
go to scribe.how.com
jargon,
and download Scribe.
things like
It will
that.
make you a how-to guide for
It's
any
always
process.
best.
Click
Configure
start and do
incomplete.
whatever process
Errors
you need to
occur.
explain exactly as you normally would. Then when you're done, click stop. Scribe makes you this automatic step-by-step guide complete with screenshots and text that you can edit and share.
Thanks, Dahlia.
Never repeat yourself at work again. Try Scribe.
Alright, so slowly but surely, we're gonna come into this part, I think. Oh, because that's not where VC package lives, is it? Where did we put VC PKG? I do wonder. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Animation time. Right now I'm looking for a little VC PKG. I don't even know where the heck I put that thing. I do wonder if it's in like C users or something. Yeah. Why? We're gonna come in here. Open. I cannot recognize yada yada yada. Is it because we have to be here? Where in the heck do we have to be for that? Pretty sure it was like right in there. Yeah, just troubleshooting type of stuff real quick. Looks like PowerShell is not recognizing your system path, or you're trying to run it directly from a directory where PowerShell does not load executables. You can fix this from its folder by using /. So we're actually going to close out of all the PowerShells. We're going to come over to VC package. We're going to open terminal. // the VC PKG. Install SFML. Kind of looks like that. Yeah, hell yeah. It's already installed. Okay, well, thanks. Damn thing here. Copy. We're gonna paste this part here. And we're just having it fully make a little CMake thing. Bam, copy. Hopefully we'll see how this goes. Bam, file save. Come over here. Then we're gonna close out of this. We're gonna come over into our simple physics engine. We're gonna go into Cobra engine. We're gonna go into test. We're gonna delete these. We're gonna open a terminal. We're gonna go into our nice little instructions here. We're gonna copy paste that. We're gonna see if we run into any errors. Got more errors. We're gonna just go like that. We're gonna open command prompt again. Paste that. Yeah, it doesn't know it's because we're not in the directory. Open terminal. Do we gotta like // that? Control C. Oh, hold on. Thank you. Thank you, little thingamabob. Yeah, that would be an issue. God dang. You gotta love how this is going. Don't mind me as I type real quick. What I'm checking out here is how to actually get it to recognize SFML 2.6. We can upgrade to 3, but I would rather not. So the include directories. We're gonna go like this and say, yo, add my Python CMake back in. And go here. You can close out of all the terminals. We're going to come over into this.
Schedule doctor's appointment. Turned in expenses.
That was my VC
Hit the
package area.
gym. Got to your to-do list. Eat healthy today. Take your vitamins. Yeah, life gets busy,
And
but adding
going
nutritional
back to the
support,
test.
not complicated.
Delete.
One-a-day vitamins are formulated to support healthy energy
terminal.
metabolism with B vitamins to help
Open up
convert food to
the
fuel, healthy muscle
directions.
function, and immune skin and bone health. It's kind of a multitasking vitamin. Grab your one-a-day vitamins at your favorite retailer today.
don't have audio yet, so I'm just gonna file save like that. We're gonna try this again. Grabbing from over here, pasting. Path to pygame. Wow. Go back here. Please remake the CMake file to have all the necessary data. This thing is being a little bit of a butt right now. Remake the CMake file with all the necessary data, please. That's that. We're gonna come over here. That's that. We're gonna try this again and again and again and again. we're not gonna let this robot stop us here. Hopefully this won't take too long. The first test, believe it or not, worked well. It's the incorporation of SFML here that's being more of a pain that I did not expect, but kinda expected at the same time. Bam. Come on. Does he make errors? Source, why is it doing this to me? Why can't you just make a CMake file with the proper data in it? You did it the first time. Hell of a thing. Hell of a thing. Try it again and again. We'll close out of those. We'll go back in a test. Bam. Boom. Okay, let's run this part. Okay. Seems fine. Oh my gosh, we actually generated something that time. Holy cow, guys. Thanks for sticking along if you went that far. My god. I'm gonna delete that guy. I'm gonna paste this one. Back into our Python here. We're gonna hit play. And I'm gonna ask really nicely. Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to double check on that. So we're gonna do like that. Copy. Oh. Yeah, very anticlimactic. We're like, it's like the build-up, right? Like, and then all of a sudden it doesn't work because we're doing that, and then not even taking in a command. In this case, hit play. Isn't that neat, guys? Yeah, it was convoluted. Yes, it took a while, but we now have interop scripting power, scripting in Python, running our CPP code. It's over here. So holy shit, we made it. We made it this far. Now we do this. Run that. We're gonna run this here like that. That should be. So that's not allowed. Cobra undefined. Oh no. Well, I do wonder. Gotta combine these two. And I do not want to ask ChatGPT at all for this part. Because we're close, right? Like we have this, we've tested this part, that works fine. We tested the window, which honestly, super happy with. We gotta make sure all the files are included properly, the DLLs. You gotta use CMake, do all this fucked up compilation bullshit. Well, but we're getting somewhere now. We're actually making progress and have a half-assed scripted engine from Python into C++. But it's not doing anything cool, right? So I wonder. I need to take in this. And so kind of like how we did it before. like that, and then we had like command yada yada yada. Trying to figure here. How do I want to go about this? Because this is giving us that stuff inside of the scope. So we already included vector. That's nice. Right here, we're gonna call this game object for now, and it's gonna be a vector of objects. So ob object and all objects like that, like so. Make this public, and
Get ready for
we're gonna have just a simple constructor here. Name object.
Dark Universe opens May 22nd at Universal Orlando Resort. Tickets and packages on sale now at
So
universalorlando.com.
within this little like game object portion, we're gonna take in some floats. So float x, float y, and float mass. And over here, float x position sf vector 2f position and sf circle shape. And so we're going to say position is equal to sf vector 2f. Now what this is doing is we're going to be setting in the x and the y here. Then we're going to say something like down here, float radius and mass. So we'll say, hey, this dot mass is mass. That's fine and dandy. And say, yo, shape dot set position. Shape dot set fill color. And in this case, we're going to go SF color green. And then we're going to do shape dot set radius. And here we're going to call radius. Right above that, I'm going to say radius is equal to mass divided by 10. And we're just going to make sure in the other file that mass is a little bit bigger, so on and so forth. Just trying to see, we have position, we have color, we have radius. That should be enough to draw him. Should be. This is fine, and inside of here, we'll say all objects dot pushback. Because actually, right here. So that's its constructor of this. We don't want this here. That's fine. This is fine. Well, I'll kind of show like what we're doing here in a second. This is unnecessary, but also fine. Here's where we're gonna have the vector of game objects, all objects. All objects is going to take in a game object obj, and we're going to say here all objects dot pushback obj, then we're going to have a void drawable. We're going to take in a reference to the render window, and we're going to call it window. And here we're going to go window.draw. Actually, hold on. For game object obj in all objects, then we're going to say yo obj dot or window dot draw obj dot shape, just like so. That way, when we did like this, right? So right here, this is cool. This is fine. Like, yo, do this. In fact, I almost wonder, we kind of want it like this order, ish. Maybe. We'll see. And here, when this happens, I'm just going to say, yo, game object, the object equals, and we're going to do a pointer here, equals new game object. Inside here, remember we take in these things, an x, a y, and a mass. So in this case, we're going to be taking in obj.x, obj.y, and obj.mass. So that's fine and dandy. Why is it mad here? Not public. It is public. Just checking. Oh, constructor, not function. Constructor, yeah, that's fine. That should be fine. Then this is going to die out of scope. However, this guy won't necessarily die out of scope, especially if we are down here and we say all objects obj. Actually, we want him fucking global as shit right now. So we're gonna put him right there, and we're not. Well, it could be a pointer. Probably doesn't matter. All obj. Just for the sake of clarity, we're gonna come down here. All obj, and remember we're gonna take in that, and that's a pointer, so I think we either have to do a pointer like that or a reference ish. Take in something like that. Maybe it's like a double reference somewhere. Not like a pointer to a pointer, is it? Kind of like that, I guess. Oh. Right. Righty. We're also... We don't want it like that. We're gonna go here, add object, and the reason being is just for simplicity and less pain in my ass. That way we can have a empty constructor, so this should work. And I will make this a pointer. Is new all objects. We do need to make this guy public, and then we can just add object. So here, add object, the object, right? So this dies out. This happens, dies out of scope. Before it dies out of scope, it's saved here. Inside of run, this will do some stuff. So here, for example, we could say all objects dot drawable and pass in window, and then down here, this should be fine. Ish. We'll see. We'll see. Let's file run. So file save. Now the pipeline seems to be in the beginning a little messy. I think that's completely fine at the moment like that, being kind of messy. So this was test, and test worked. So we're just gonna keep that going. Every time we run something that works like that for now, we're just gonna go like that. Inside here, we're gonna open a new terminal. I'm going to go into my compilation instructions, paste it in. It's gonna start doing a nice little CMake thing for us, performing some tests. We're then going to copy my next line of instructions, build it into a release, generates, I don't know what foosh.exe is, I don't really care. As long as it works, I don't care. So we're going to copy, we're going to come into our Cobra script, I'm going to delete that guy, and we're going to paste our new one. We're then going to come into here. I'm just going to hit, I'm going to change this to 100, right? Because radius is a little smaller. In fact, we're going to go 200. And we're going to put its position at 200, 200, and hit play. I don't see anything. Why is this? Why, when I hit play, do we not see anything drawn to the screen? So we're going to come back here. We're going to take a look. We said it's fill color, if I remember correct. Yeah, that seems fine. Position, so on and so forth. Double check in here. For OBJ and all, draw that guy. Seems fine. We're just gonna file save again. We're actually going to go back into test 2. Bear with me, because you're gonna see me do this quite often. Like this is just kind of like redoing, double checking, triple checking. So we're gonna run that again, and then we're gonna run this part. Bam. It's gonna make our nice little CPP thingamabob. Let's grab that out of release, copy, boom, bam. Pretty sure that this was saved. I'm gonna come over into the Cobra script. We're gonna paste. File save. Gonna run. Should be black this time. At least we have a change. So we verified that it is hitting this, which is fantastic, but it's not quite hitting this. And even if it is, it's not necessarily being very useful for us. And so when we hit play, it definitely, yeah, it doesn't run the debug log. So that's something to pay attention to as well. So I'm going to go back into here. we need a way. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT here. So I got it to run with SFML, and I was wondering, when I have Python run this, why does it not run spawn object? As in spawn object, I have logic set up, and my thought process was, if I do it like this, it would run the first, then the second. Oh, yeah, that's funny. So yeah, we're calling cobra.run, and this is actually the power of this engine. So we call cobra.run. We know that to be a function. Spawn object, and I think we just pass in command. I think that's just what we do when we hit play. Wow. That's pretty neat, guys. So now we can do like 500, you know, we could put it over here. And that's that's neat as hell. Because this is not Pygame any longer. This is full on going to be scripting here. We're going to be running script commands and handling all the actual stuff here. So with that said, it's time. Like this is time now to go like this. We're going to go back into our original proof of concept P simulation. And you know what? We're going to file open. Here we're going to go into PyCharm. We're going to go into P simulation, hit open, new window. See this here? We're going to delete that. That's not necessary here. This is what we're going to be accomplishing today. Except we want this to be drawn in C++, handled in C++, yet called and scripted from Python. The reason being, and this is for anybody who may have just jumped in, may be curious, maybe absolutely like, what the heck are you even doing, Brett? What is the purpose in all of this? If we do this, for example, this is all fine and dandy, right? Like we can spawn a bunch, but at some point, this will begin to lag like a lot. Like you can already see it right in there, right? Like this can only handle so many objects, and yeah, there is ways that Python can, and in fact should be able to handle. But when you spawn all these things here, Pygame kind of freaks out a little bit, and my computer's roaring up right now. It's like, whoa, right? And so C++ can manage these things a little bit better. And little bit is probably an understatement, to be honest with you. And that's why we're going to be going about grabbing this stuff here, the way that this was done, shoving this logic into here, and then doing some stuff with it. And then we're going to be building a small game. And this isn't going to be like, oh, all in one day or a week or 2 weeks. The goal right now is we're going to work on this when we have time. I have an internship coming up. I have other things going on. Life, I'm an adult. I have to have money coming in. I have, this and that. But plan is, I made the physics part in 2 days. I thought that was going to take a month, by the way. I thought that getting interop to work smoothly enough in a cool way would take another month. That actually took like 3 or 4 days, maybe 5, when it's all said and done, which is awesome. And it's by no means perfect, no, but it works. And so what the idea is now that we have this kind of framework being built up, we build in get like that same physics simulation, and then we call it a day today. When we come back, we take that physics simulation and actually build it into something like a game, right? Something that's actually interesting. Like you have a player, he does some stuff. We're gonna go over like a whole game design document type of situation. We're gonna work on UI. We're gonna the whole 9, but we're gonna keep the scope of the game low. We're going to use this as a template. This is a proof of concept of building my own engine, scripted in Python, rendered in C++. And now with that out of the way, we have a basic thing. We have a way to add objects, yada, yada, yada. Our window, running our stuff. And I am going to go here. We're going to this, and I'm going to go to the bathroom. I gotta pee like a motherfucker. So we are going to be right back. All right, so the way I see this, there's 2 ways to go about this, and I kind of want to try one way that seems like the lazy way. Over here, in here, we already wrote all these functions. Like, quite literally wrote these functions. And I kind of want to not rewrite a bunch of functions. I'm going to be honest with you. Of course, we could copy paste this, add semicolons, yada, yada, yada. But with PyBind, we should be able to grab this stuff too. And so I'm wondering here, the screen part does present kind of an interesting conundrum. And you know what? We're just gonna rewrite some stuff. And so we're gonna come over. I'm gonna make some room here. Where do we want it? For now, Now we're gonna
At
put
Granger,
it
we're
right
the ones
through
who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff.
this.
Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We
That
get
should be
it.
fine.
We're the same way.
Give
Offering
us
access
enough,
to product experts to help you quickly
enough room
and
here.
easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This is going to be slowly but surely kind of converting these functions over, or classes. I don't know how much of this we're going to do versus another, but yeah, so that's its dunder method. So that means that is its constructor, and it took in a flow x and flow y. Like this, bam. Kind of just back this stuff up. Go here. In this case, we're going to grab the stuff. So mass is a float. Position is a vector, or that kind of vector. Same with velocity. Acceleration and gravity. That's a bool. So right now we're rewriting our Python code inside of C++. Bam. That's fine. So here, we're going to say that's a SF vector 2f xy. So this is very similar. Yeah, semicolons. That'll do it. This is very similar to what we did above, but we're actually that was a test, and we'll burn that bridge when we come on how what we get rid of, what we keep, and this is force, and that's fine. That has a semicolon. Right, so that was that class converted. It's slowly, but converted nonetheless. Bam. Now our object class. So, and he inherits from physvector, it looks like. We're going to call this physics object. And it inherits from public physvector Perfect. Here's its dunder statement. And there's a funky way to go about like super, like calling the constructor of the object before in C++. I'm trying to remember exactly how that's done. It's we'll get there, but I believe we go like this, and then call like that, and in here we're just quite literally gonna pass some stuff. So like here, if we did like float x, float y, and float mass, then over here, I'm pretty sure we just go xy. I think. Kind of, sort of something. I have a reference I can use on this one, actually. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to this PC. I'm gonna go over to personal whip RPG. We're gonna run this. Well, not run it, but we're gonna open it. We're gonna go into basic because it has a very basic thing over here. We have a button. Here's dialogue, inherits from button, and it actually doesn't even do that. Okay, that's nice of it. Thank you very much. It looks like we're doing it correct. Oh, that's funny. Read your errors, guys, because that could have been prevented simply by doing that. Yeah, that's funny. So that's our constructor. This is the stuff that happens inside of our constructor. Right here. We just call the super method using that. So I'm going to remove this, and we're going to kind of back these up a little bit, just like so, and just do SF vector 2f x comma y, and then here this dot mass is mass, and it's going to kind of be like that guy, and we need a radius, and semicolons. I think it's Control KD to, yeah. And you know, when you're going from Python to C++, that's probably the most annoying thing so far is like fucking semicolons. As for me, going from my first language was Python, and then I didn't like it, so I went to C#. Liked it a lot, used Unity a lot, and then I jumped over to C to make a Game Boy game, and then I took a class in C++, fell in love with it. Then I took a class in Java, and I realized it's just like C#. Then revisiting Python, it makes a lot more sense than it used to, but at the same time, the semicolons. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, we're slowly but surely ticking away here. So this is a function. I believe all of this was inside of that class. So until we see the keyword class again, yeah. All of that is inside this class. We have different functions. So, physcalc. Kind of like that. We're gonna grab this shit here. Control C. paste. And then we're gonna fix some shit. So we don't need this self guy here. That seems to be fine. This is another void. And that's another void. So yeah, that's physcalc. This is out of bounds for the X. And if I remember right, this this needed some work. So we're not going to worry about that one. But this one, unfortunately, I do have to worry about just because of the is grounded section. And so we're going to do void. Here, I don't like the screen there. We're going to do like a render window. And I'm just going to call that window. And then we are going to go like this. I'm going to grab this shit, go like here, and notice that's another function. Go like that. This one's probably the easiest function to write at the moment. So we'll just, this is just the Pythagorean theorem. Control X, Control V, float, 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 Control KD. It wouldn't be target just like that. It would be, in this case, physics object target. And I'm going to take a reference pointer. We'll get there when we get there. It's ish. Everything's just a little ishy right now. Just converting this this little Python code over to C. This would be .y. This is .y. Distance would be the square root of dx times dx dy times dy. And then if after you stare at Python code for a while, that's kind of funky. It does it like that. Interesting. Oh, we're just gonna return true. Otherwise, we're gonna return false. Bam. Okay, yeah. So that was definitely easier to write. The reason being is up here, we're gonna have to worry about this type of stuff. So if like the position, if your Y position is greater than the screen's height, so window dot this is one thing we're gonna we're going to do here is I'm going to scroll all the way down and see this. We're going to call width height. I don't know if I should hash define. I don't know if that's going to get kind of funky when we're going from one thing to the other. But we're going to do it anyway. We're going to fuck around and find out. So width is, what was it, like 1280? $720. And then down here, yeah, if it's greater, we don't even need to really pass in window then, unless there is a function here. Dot. See, like get default view. What does this return? I mean, technically. That very well was it. That's yeah, pretty sure. We're gonna return true. Otherwise, we're gonna return false. And this return type that I have is void up here. Yeah, no. That's a Boolean return type. In fact, just because I don't want to mess shit up with the hash define, likely getting kind of weird, we're just gonna keep this normal. We can test the hash define shit later. Alright, so far we've converted the physics object guy, have his functions here, yada yada yada. Looks like we have a physcalc. Just double checking up. So we have physcalc, and out of bounds, yada yada yada. A collision, and then we have a normalize function. And this normalize here, you know, that should be fine. We'll void normalize. So we're going to take in a phys object reference target. Boom. So that was the function's name. We're going to go back like this. Right here, we're going to type in float. Again, this here is going to be .x. Come down. Here, .y. Self doesn't exist in this context. Things need to end in semicolons. If the distance, yada yada yada, we're just going to completely rewrite this. If the square root of, and right now we're setting up the engine stuff, just if in case someone jumped in right now or later, what we're doing is inside of here we have like this little physics thingamabob, and we're rewriting this portion in C++ so that we can call that engine stuff from here. in Python using pybind and really making our scriptable language Python while the engine backend is C++. With that being said, I'm rewriting a lot of these functions to be out of the gate here and then called and all kinds of stuff. Does it need to be like this? No. I'm choosing to do it like this because, yeah, I mean, it's a Friday. Why not? So if distances 0, and we need our parentheses. Then this. Otherwise, it would be that, and then we're doing like this thing. So Control KD. What is this in this context? We're gonna make it down here. I think. This effector. And then here, dx over distance, dy over distance. This is returning the normal. That's what this whole little function does. And then the return type of this function must be a SF vector 2. Fantastic. Honestly, it's all going to be inside scope of that function. That's going to be the more proper way to go about that. I'll explain later. So here is the dot product guy, and he's going to be a little tricky in a sense, because we return 2 values. We'll get there. we'll slowly but surely. So up here, I'm gonna go like this. This is void. This is gonna take in a phys object, reference called target. We're gonna grab this chunk and put it here. So remember, normalized is coming from this. So this takes in target and it shits it into a SF vector. And I have note do dot product scalar. I don't think these are floats. So we're just going to do like a dot x here, dot y's. You know, I should have technically did that just so that it wasn't, you know, I could have done it all at the same time. We need to remove self, so I'm going to come in like this. And go boom, 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 boom. And here, you know, we need some semis. What is this though? That is the question. That's a float, right? Ish. This is a vector. So we're going to go SF vector 2F that. And as well with that, that's fine. Bam. Normalized. You are a vector, in fact. But this part can be a little tedious, a little boring, but it's okay. We're making progress. That's what matters. And this guy here, the new velocity, this is also a vector. Kind of want all this to look a little more normal. Just for the sake of my existence here. Then we're gonna go like that. Then we're gonna find the comma. Where the heck is the comma? Boom, boom, boom. Divide, comma, there. Okay. So this is gonna be dot x. Anywhere we see a 0 is dot x. We see a 1 is dot y. Oh. We don't want that. We don't want to accidentally jump into some code beyond the means of us and change weird shit. Yeah. That seems fine. A lot of things mad up here. What do we do? Radius is undefined. Oh, it's yeah. We're not gonna worry about that right now. Similar here. Control X. Control V, SF vector to F, that needs to be a capital, there needs to be space there. We're only going to actually remove this guy back. We're going to call this SF vector to F like that. That needs to have a semicolon. That's going to help out some stuff. Control Katie. We're going to take out the self. Kind of like that. A little bit more. We're going to replace these with dot .x. 1, 2, 3 dot .x. We're going to replace these with dot .y. 1, 2, 3 dot .y. And semicolon there. That's fine. Then it returns both of those. So we're going to come up here. And it's like, hey, how do we return two numbers out here? Well, I'll show you. Because I don't know, but I have an idea. What I'm thinking is using the vector standard template library. So something like this, like being like, yo, I'm making like this new vectors, and it's a vector of SF vectors, right? It's a many positions, and we're gonna call this velocities. In this case, we're gonna say velocities dot pushback new v1 and velocities dot pushback new v2, and then we're just gonna return that guy, so like velocities, and have a return type be that, if that's allowed. We'll come back to this, I promise. This is likely not a thing, likely could be a thing. Who the fuck knows at this point? So here we have a physics collision calc. This is also within the same class, believe it or not. We're still chunking along at that first class. So if I see the word def, I'm just kind of going down. Oh, we just did that guy. We just did phys collision calc. Full collision, normalize, phys collision calc. Yep, so we just did that. Now we're on to the update function. How fun. And that looks like the last function of that class is update. That's nice. That's nice of it to almost be done converting Python code. So void update. In this case, it looks like we're taking in a reference to the screen. We don't need to do that. Don't need self. This is going to be a time variable called delta time. We'll come back to this. That's going to be just a second. This here, we're going to paste like this, and we're going to say it's like this without that. I believe screen does not even take in a doodad anymore. Does it? You take in a doodad. Yeah, you do take in window. Not bad. You do take in window, which means update needs to know about window, which is not what we want. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're gonna go like that. We'll pass in window. Reference. Yep, yada yada yada. We took in window. If that is the case, we can do these things. And physcalc says it's undefined. I rather doubt it. Yeah, you are right there. What we're gonna do, go like this. Star slash like that. Go like that, and slash star. Slash. The reason I'm doing this is to check this guy here. Seeing why. Should be able to call physcalc. difference there? Out of curiosity? Ah! Naming conventions. Alright, that's fine. I don't like looking at that in green. It kind of bothers my eyes. So, boom. Like that. Remember, we took this part out, so I'm not worried about that. We're going to control X that. So, if not out of bounds, physcalc, and do these things. What physcalc does is calculates that specific acceleration due to gravity based off the mass of that object. Just your old physics bullshit. That's going to be dot x in this case. This is going to be dot x. This is going to be dot y. This is also going to be dot y. Similarly up here, 1, 2, 3 dot x dot y. Semicolons. Whoa. And seems fine. Yeah, it is what it is. That has seconds. Gonna go here. I'm holding Control and Alt when I do multiple. Gives you multiple little clicky guys. So that's good on that. And then this otherwise function here, or part of the function. So if this otherwise, so we're going to come over here, Control X, Control V. We're taking out position. That's that window guy again. That out of bounds guy, he has that stuff, and later we'll kind of combine that stuff because there's no reason to have that separate but used for similar things in different areas. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense doing it like that. So if position 1 is greater than or equal to this, I believe, minus radius. Oh, no. Maybe. Let's, we're gonna take a look real quick in the update. Otherwise, we set it equal, then there's an if. So otherwise, this does equal this. And yeah, radius is mad just because, again, it's down here. It is what it is. It's during this portion. If velocity in the y direction is less than 1, then velocity equals 0 in the y direction, and is grounded is true. Don't forget the semicolons. Bam. That's fine. Otherwise, I just did a Python thing there. My God. Who knew? Learning different languages is awesome, but at the same time, who knew it would fuck you up like that? Certainly not me. It couldn't be me. So dot y. Dot y. This is friction. Like air resistance. This is friction with the ground. Semicolons, right? In the self. And the capitalness. Damn. Okay. So we've come quite a ways. We have come quite the ways of getting this one fucking object. Like we have this object, we got this guy, and does this null and void this? Certainly. That was our test object. Oof, it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta go backwards, go forward. That's perfectly normal. And then right in here, this is our next little challenge. So we have a bucket class. Ooh. And he has a dunder method. And he doesn't take in shit for the dunder. He's just kind of like the all object guy up above. And with that being said, we kind of got like that, right? Like, this here, right? Like this is set up in a very similar way. Something like this is how it's going to be done in C++. I'm not going to copy paste anything. We're going to come back down here just because. So this is a member. In this case in Python, we're like, hey, we have a list of balls. In this case, I'm going to say, hey, we have a list, we don't know how big it's going to be, of fizz objects, and I'm going to call this all objects. All fizz objects. Don't really have to be that specific, but that's fine. Inside our add object, we are going to take in this case, it looks like I had suggested doing something like this, like taking in that. That's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think honestly, probably best, because then in scope, we can go, hey, yo, fizz object, obj, and we're going to call this a pointer, is new fizz object. And inside his constructor, he takes an X, a Y, and a mass. I'm gonna scoop over for a second and grab some water. Getting near lunchtime. Oh, it is actually. It's damn close to lunchtime. My God. I'm not sure what message you redacted, but who knows? Who knows? I know. Let's see. How long have I even been online now? We're approaching the 3-hour mark. We're gonna finish this, test it, debug it, and then we're gonna be done for the day. Once we have this Python physics sim working in C++, being scripted out through to Python. Yeah. So we just did like this self.ball is append a ball in this case is very similar, right? So like we have this fizz object, we constructed it, that's what's happening here. Actually here. And then for this, C++'s version using the standard template library vector is all phys objects like this dot pushback. That's its version of append. And we're just gonna toss in, I believe what it's like a pointer to that. Should be fine. So that part's done. And then we want to, inside this guy, this big old bucket here, one big update. So with here, we're going to take in a reference to delta time. And then I remember for now, we're also passing in the window here. This part will change in the future next time we are on together, or even by myself at some point. So here we got like a 4 ball and balls update, yada yada yada. Yeah, that's basically what we're gonna be doing, right? So we're gonna be like, yo, for phys objects, and we're gonna call this temp. Actually, technically, he should be called temp, just to be more verbose. So for phys objects, temp in however we want to go about this, in all phys objects, obj.update, and this needs delta time and window. There. And then we have a drawable. Void drawable, and in our case, render window, reference window. Same thing as above, and then drawable, and pass in window. Assuming right, we didn't make a drawable function because we're passing things in like this. That's fine. That's easy enough. Like, we'll set some other things up in a little bit, but for now, we'll go like this: sf render window.draw, and then in here we need something to draw. So like right now we just have a radius. So we have shape, and here we call it shape. And for now, we're going to actually tangentially jump up to the top here. When we made this is fine and dandy, but it isn't technically anything. I mean, it is, but it isn't. So we're going to set the fill color. Set fill. For now, it's going to be green. Shape dot set position. For now, we're going to call it position. And shape dot set radius. So now it's actually like a thing that you could see. Thank you, little drawable guy. So that's what that will do. But then technically we just need this collision function. Group collision. inside this group collision, we are going to take in really nobody. I'm going to copy this because this is the end of that whole transition, and we're going to paste them into here. We don't need this part, and we're gonna translate for, I'm gonna type in 4 and double tap like that. So for int I is less than all obj.size. All phys objects that size. That guy. Yeah, that was a little brain fart there. So for all of those, and then we're gonna say like, yo, phys object temp A is all phys objects at I. Then we're going to do another for loop. So I'm going to let it autocomplete like that. And this is going to be int j. And in this case, it's also going to be going up to here. I think here I just want to say like -1. And very similar. Boom. We're going to call this temp B and throw j into there. Inside the second for loop, if temp A is not temp B, no, we're not even going to worry about that. That's fine. If temp A dot collision with temp B, so we are right here. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to copy that and paste it here. And remember, this guy, he returns that big end thing. So we're gonna say, hey, temp A there, and temp B there. This return type for phys collision calc, if we scroll up, is a vector of vectors. So a vector of position, a list of positions rather, is what that is. So here, I'm actually inside this bucket guy. We're gonna have a list of positions, and for now, I'm gonna place him up here. I'm just gonna say, hey, we have a so it's SF vector 2F list of positions. Actually, in this case, it's not a list of positions. It's a list of velocities is what that is. And that's what that equals. And then for here, its velocity equals this guy's first one, and this guy would equal its other one. And instead of ball here, this would be temp A. and this would be temp B. And that's a semicolon. And so that is that. Now we want to fix some overlap stuff. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come in here, paste. This is going to be floats. That's a float as well. There's going to end these things in semicolons eventually. This is .x. Same with this. Ball is temp A. Other balls temp B. There is no math.square root in C++, it's just square root. We're gonna just completely rewrite that. So dx times dx plus dy times dy. This is dot y, and that's dot y. That's a semicolon, and that's fixing our stuff. And if you're just joining in, we are transforming Python code into C++ for reasons. So yeah, we fix the overlap. We're gonna grab this part. If this happens, so if that is the case, I don't like doing it like that. It doesn't, to me, like, yeah, you can. It's just a preference. I would much rather it look like this. That's not a, yeah, that's a semicolon. There. Boom, that's fine. Now we're gonna do these. These are also floats. Boom, here and here. Float. Float like a butterfly, sting like a son of a bitch. That's fine. Then we're gonna grab this whole big, scary looking chunk. So the total mass, that's got to be a float. And this is temp A. And this is temp B. And that's semicolons here. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna grab temp A and replace everywhere. There's ball. Boom, 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 and boom. Temp B. Other ball gets the same treatment. If there's a 0, that is going to become .x. If there is a 1, that's going to become .y. That seems fine for now. Bam. And then this final portion here. So we're going to go like this, Control C, come up. If temp A dot velocity in the y direction is greater than 0 and temp A's position in the y direction is less than temp B's position in the y direction, then he is grounded. Bam. That's temp A who is grounded. Bam, bam. Those need semis. That needs to be lower, and that needs to be that. And then we're going to Control KD. Bam. And that was that portion there. And we're just going to Control X, Control V. Similarly, this is temp B. Temp B, and we're going to here, Control V. That's temp A. This is a lowercase true. This is the Y direction. These are also Y directions. Then we need proper syntax for C++, so we're coming like this, and grab that, and boom. All right, so I don't know if this is gonna work. we did a lot of conversions, so I'm gonna save that first and foremost, and I'm gonna come up. Remember this object guy here. We're gonna keep him. We like this one. See game object? Yeah, he's gone. He's just straight up gone. And so is this. Like, that is just straight up gone. This guy here is going to be straight up gone. And in fact, kind of the way C++ works is stack. So we're gonna do a little thingy where we grab these guys and we're gonna put them below this stuff. So I'm gonna come all the way right here. We're gonna place them back, and here is where we're gonna make our global bucket guy, right? We're gonna make bucket right about here, just globally, disgustingly. Bucket B is new bucket, like so. What does he take as a constructor? Nothing. The reason it's mad is because that's not public. Secondly, I want to put that there. That's just kind of like how I roll. So here, there needs to be a pointer. Where we have this at, this needs to be phys object. So does this. Notice how that fit in nice and dandy. In fact here, why don't we call this that? And for the add object, that's the only big difference. So instead of doing it like this, we can actually do it how we were doing the other. Just to you know, keep it like that, keep it simple. Doesn't need to be a pointer. So yep, boom, fantastic. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, looks perfectly reasonable. So we're just gonna keep the drawable context. We're gonna file save. We're not even gonna try to update. We're quite literally gonna file save. We're gonna come over back into our little funky pipeline system we got going on here. I'm gonna come over to my simple physics engine, into new folder, we're going to call this test 3. Inside here, I'm going to right click, open in terminal. I'm going to grab my notepad instructions, which look like this. I'm going to right click and go like that. And this is running my like CMake stuff, and I did save. Yep, so that's good. And then we're going to grab this, Control C, paste, hit enter. This is, holy shit. Ah, damn. We're just looking at something. I think that's because we're not including certain things. Let me go here. Boop. And we'll jump back into Visual Studio. So notice we have this. I think that's fine still. It did get a little mad. That is interesting. We're actually... What line do I have that at? Line 257. Wow. Huh. 263. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. It was, the syntax didn't highlight, so in my defense, it's it wasn't easy to see. I blame Python, as I should. We'll see though. Let's compile again. Oh. This is why we didn't try that hash define stuff either. You never know. Okay, what's gonna happen? A bunch of warnings. Fuck the warnings. Who needs them? We're gonna copy out of test 3. Don't mind me. My nose is a little funky today. We're gonna come over to Cobra script. We're gonna delete that guy and we're gonna paste in the new one. File, save all, run. Now it looks like no different, right? Like, Brett, you did all that work and like same shit, bud. Exactly. That's the point. Let's make delta time. Let us do it. It's time. So, eventually we're gonna classify a lot of these things. Right now, we're just gonna say, hey, time, delta time and sf clock main clock. So here, actually, probably do that. That's probably fine. Delta time is equal to main clock dot get elapsed time. And then right here, we're gonna say main clock dot restart. And then we're gonna update our object in between that. So in this case, it's alt obj dot update, and this needs to take in our case, delta time and window. Then we're just gonna file save, and we're gonna watch things break. That's you know, a little pessimistic. Don't at me, you know, but here we're gonna call this update test. We're gonna close out of those. We're gonna open new terminal. We're gonna come over here, Control C, right click, enter. This is processing the CMake for us. And then we're gonna come here. We're gonna Control C, boom, boom, right click, bam. And it's got a little bit of warnings. Cool. Thank you very much thing. And here's this folder. We're gonna right click, copy it. We're gonna come over into our Cobra script. We're gonna delete, we're gonna paste, and now we're going to run. Ha! So we're gonna come over, we're gonna look here. Kind of look at our update function. We're gonna come and look at this update. And then we're gonna complain at ChatGPT. Let's see. Just checking some stuff. We do want pointers, don't we? Let's look here. Probably like that. We're gonna try like that for a second. Let's see. We're gonna come back here. Another new folder. Update test 2. Always good to have multiple. Bam. We go into Notepad here. Control C, boom, boom, bam. We're gonna go like that. And grab that. Control C, boom, boom, bam. Up doubles, floats, that type of thing. Release. We're copying it. We're coming over to P simulation. We're going over to Cobra script. Paste. Coming over to Python and hit play. Again, nothing. I'm going to take a nice look here. File save. This is going to happen a few times. We're gonna go back and forth a little bit. We're actually just going to do it right again, right in here. Bam. Notepad. Control C. Back to our notepad, Control C. That should be something. Copy Cobra script. Paste. Alright, now we're actually going to read what that damn thing had to say. It wasn't under this one. It's under this guy. Yeah, that might also, the if statement there. That was one of the questions I had, if I was doing that correctly. That is another chunk right there. Just save it. We're gonna come up here, Cobra, new folder, update, test. Technically it's test 4, but it is what it is. Open in terminal. Coming over here, we are grabbing the CMake. Right now we're just kind of like going back and forth, build, test, looking for that actual update to happen. You know, in this day and age, I think it's completely reasonable to try to make your own engine. And you can make it simple, you can make it complicated. At the end of the day, if you're happy, that's what matters. And so I'll say this is pretty neat stuff here. So we're gonna paste, bam, we got him in. We're gonna go back over to our Py guy, hit play, and we still don't have any updates. So I'm gonna Control C. We're gonna come here. So this is Python, and this is my and yet no update. What happens? Did I write physcalc wrong? You know, I think this is right. I think. Just looking for update. Mass is being divided by. Yeah. Okay. Let's run this again. We're gonna go here, here, new folder, update test 4. We're gonna open a new terminal. Control C. Slowly but surely, we're gonna grind this out. And I'm gonna eat some lunch. Definitely. So we're gonna come into this update test. And I think what we're gonna do is delete those eventually. Type of thing. We don't need like a bunch of test files. We'll come to that bridge when we do. Still no update. Interesting. I'm going to go back over to the Cobra script and paste, and even here, like reload all, save, play. So we did not reach, which means that this is returning true.
This is not an audiobook.
Multiple breaches on the second and bottom floor. Structural integrity is compromised.
A volley of projectiles rained over Fizzy. She ignored all of the pebbles and arrows.
Get that drone to the engine room. I can't evade their shots much longer.
Which means we're just gonna do that for now. File, save, and we're gonna have to work on that You know, that's not the only issue either. Right in this guy. If we're grounded. Maybe I'm thinking of a different area. There's an area. Yeah, right there. So I think that's the window size, not the screen size. Maybe we'll come back to that. First off, we want to see if we can get that update to actually update. Boom, boom, boom. Here, new folder, test 2. Open it here. Notepad. Control C. Bam. And similarly, just doing our compilation. I do wonder if the floats and doubles are gonna have an issue. I don't think so. We'll see. Ooh. So we want release, copy, PyCharm, paste, replace, play. It didn't reach. Interesting. We're just gonna say fuck all that on that guy because we need to see basic movement before we can worry about any of this shit here. Right. So we're hitting this, and it's like. We're going to take all of this right here, Control KC, so that's commented out. We're going to go Control C, we're going to comment all this out, and we're going to run this. So again, we're going to come over here, rinse and repeat. This part, once we have the engine formed, I won't have to like compile a shit ton of times. Every time I add C++ code, I will. The goal is to get it into a position where we verify that this works and start doing most of the scripting in Python and have like a file reader of sorts and stuff. And we leave this compilation guy alone once we have that type of stuff set up. It would be nice to just be able to like, hey, yeah, do that thing like right now, but one little part at a time is more than sufficient. And we'll build that. Seems fine. Go to release, boom, boom, bam. We're gonna come over to Cobra script, paste, replace, file, reload all from disk. Yeah, something's not quite right there. Delete that. So that's gone. Right? Like it's gone. We're gonna come back into here, make sure we're in the right folder, copy, we're going to come back into here, paste, what is happening there? We did in fact reach. And then we're gonna go back into Visual Studio here. We're gonna scroll up and show PhysCalc. Am I copying the objects correctly? So we're gonna go to bucket, add objects. And then we're gonna go back to Visual Studio and we're gonna show it this mess. Says change that to a pointer. I was hoping to have this part done before I go eat lunch, but it looks like that is not going to be the case. Which is a bummer, because later today I will be very busy. I won't be able to come back to this. Kinda sorta want to get this done. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
We're just kind of coming here to wrap things up. So, like that real quick. Open in terminal. Control C. Control C on that. Boom, boom, boom. Release. Copy. We'll come over to Cobra script. Remove. Paste. Play. Again, nothing. Oh. See, there's something fundamentally not correct here. I am getting frustrated too. Let's see. My object does not move. Group collision doesn't need to be there to test simple movement. Ain't no way. I'm gonna laugh and cry. Laugh and cry. My gosh. I kind of doubt like that's the only thing though there. That's just, you know, just from the amount of times I have tested it recently. I'm gonna say likely not the only reason. Likely. That's just me. Let's go here. Copy. Paste. Replace. Back in Python world. Play. Oh my god. What the heck? Oh my god. Holy shit. We have movement. Oh my god. Holy cow. Yeah. Now, that window's out of bounds thing. Here we're going to do Control KU. And we're gonna close all these. We're gonna go boom to bam. Then we're gonna open. Come over here to Notepad. Control C, boom bam. If you made it this far, wow. Which nobody has, but leave a like, comment, subscribe, that type of bullshit people say. Just come hang out, check things out. I'm just learning, and it'd be nice to learn with other people. We're gonna go over this way, go into release, bam, bam, copy. We're going to come out of here, go into Cobra Script, bam. We're going to close out the simulation guy. We're going to close out our paint guy. We're going to close out settings. We're going to close out him. We're coming into Python here, PyCharm. It's fine. Pretty sure it's fine. This happened. And out of bounds is set inside a different area. So I'm pretty sure that's fine. File save. We're gonna go PyCharm projects. Here, new folder, test 2. We're getting down there. We're getting real close. This in here, we're just gonna close out of those. Simply, we're just gonna go like that. I forget exactly what I was doing for that, but that one. That one should be fine. So we put this guy here. that was inside of here. Copy that. We're going to come all the way out into Cobra script, paste, replace, and then over here, PyCharm, play. Will it stop when it hits the ground? It does not. Think about that. Oh, let's think about that. If position of the Y is greater than if anybody's seen that. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. that was that's life. That's life right there. God damn. Let's go like here. We are compiling the CPP file. Then we're gonna come over. We're gonna create a release build in CMake. Bam. We're then gonna grab this release and we're gonna go over to our Cobra script, paste, replace. We're gonna come over here into Python, hit play. It's moving, it's moving. Oh my god. Not perfect. It's not perfect, but god dang it, it's mine. Let's see. Let's go. It doesn't like multiple objects. It's okay with the. Well, that's interesting. All that. Let me see here. I think it's this. Yeah, I'm pretty close. I have that. This seems fine. So likely this. And there's a little offset problem as well, I was noticing. That's another day's problem. Now we're just going to grab that file and we're going to run with it. We're going to run like the wind. Paste, replace, bam, boom. Yeah, they're not all updating. It's the last one that updates. Oh, let's see here. Gonna do a little stretching. Get that blood flowing. gonna argue with ChatGPT for a minute. You know what it is? You know what it is? Check this out. Let me grab script. Let me go back into here. Let me go into here. Nope, wrong spot. E. Like, let me. I think that's the issue. Or at least like I'm not sure how much of this I actually need. Like, it should be fine like that. Should be. Maybe. We'll see. That's in there. Oh, I just closed out of my instructions. We're gonna backspace all of that. That's gonna be interesting. Paste, replace, play. Son of a bitch. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be in-group collisions, buddy. That has nothing to do with it. Yeah, okay. I think we've exhausted that as a resource for this particular problem. I'm not sure why it's only updating the last object. I'm quite hungry. I think I'm going to take a break, and we'll probably come back to this. It's only a little upsetting to me because I kind of want to see this work before I go and do my other stuff for the day. This draws everybody, and that's what bothers me, is if that is drawing everybody, then this of course should be updating everybody. It keeps telling me this is a problem. That's fine if that's the problem. Problem being, this controls movement. This has nothing to do with movement. I mean, kind of, sort of, but not, you know? And so that's the kind of the frustration here, is I'm very close, but also very, very far. We will Control C. Copy, paste, replace. So it is something in this. Ain't that a bitch? Ah, damn. making some stuff, doing some stuff. Right now we're testing the collision code because there is a fatal flaw inside of the collision code. This is the issue. I don't think that's correct. Pointers everywhere like that? I feel like that's not correct. They were just kind of undoing what we did, but this time with a purpose. Right here. Kinda, sort of, maybe. I don't think so. This is the second to last test, and then I will go, and I will eat lunch. Almost dinner at this point. Yeah, don't ask why I just try to compile it. That's where I'm at. So on that second to last test, we don't have the actual collisions happening with each one of these objects. I literally just do that? Are you fucking kidding me? I doubt that's all that is, but we'll see here. Notice kind of like how I go about some things from time to time. I'll debug, I'll throw in some debug lines, I'll try to fix the issue myself, and when I get hungry or frustrated, then I do use ChatGPT as a crutch in those senses, especially during long streams like this. It's not the end-all be-all answer, to be very frank with you. What you technically want to do is take regular breaks and figure this stuff out yourself. That's the proper way. So do as I recommend, not as I do. That'll get you much further. So I just want to let it know when I do this, everything does not move. When I do that, everything can move, but collisions are not handled. That's straight up wrong right there. That's it right there. That needs to be the screen. Oh, 0, 0's way up. Look here. I'm looking for the out of bounds function is what I'm doing. How dare it try to get me to debug my own code like that and then hopefully have found the problem. How dare it. Put new folder. Boom, 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 bam. Boom, boom, boom. And looks like it's there. We'll see. We'll copy it. We're gonna come over into Cobra script. This is the last test, right here. All right, so here's the thing. I'm a human. I gotta go eat. I gotta go do other stuff today. So we'll be back. We will be back. I cannot keep doing this over and over and over and over today. The problem is, in the collision code here, there is a issue. I'll find the issue. If you comment out this, objects fall, they work normal, it's something with the group collision code that is inaccurate. And so for now, we're gonna call it a day. And thanks for watching.